in the ring is our fair royalty. We have our queen, Katie Lichty. She's the daughter of Lauren and Chris Lichty. She's going to be a senior at Waco this coming year. In the future, as of now, her plans are to go to the University of Iowa, study something in the medical field. She's going to be in and out today because later she's going to be showing some dairy. And our other royalty is Allie Reese. She's Miss Congeniality. She's the daughter of Mindy and Tyler Reese, and she's going to be a senior this year at Washington High School. So welcome, royalty.
Okay, out here for your purebred U division. I choose to start with a young man on my left here with the purebred Southdown U. I think in terms of just sheer base width and soundness, robust in a rib cage, I think that's the one I prefer to use today. I talked to the gentleman about her. She's a little bit overdone in her condition for me. Probably not as heavy muscled as the one I'm using in second here when you get your hands on them, but I think she's more balanced from the side, a little stouter at the ground, just a more functional kind of female for me to go ahead and start this U division. The young lady in second there has a purebred Dorset that probably in terms of breed character we need to change her at the ground. She gets a little dirty there in terms of her feet. She's supposed to carry that white, all white color all the way down. We really like how the blade's laid in that one. She's really level from the back of her shoulder all the way to the dock. We appreciate that about her. She's got good handle in terms of her rack and loin. So her muscularity is really good. What concerns me when I get that one on the side profile, she gets a little higher in her rear flank, gets a little plainer in terms of her forerib, and she closes up underneath in terms of her base width to be able to compete with our class winner. But I think a real feminine, functional kind of individual for second. The baby doll Southdown down here at the end, lots of things to appreciate in that one in terms of base width and stoutness. I want to change that one in terms of how that front shoulder lays into that rack area and blends in with that neck, and square that one up in its hip, as I discussed with the young man, so that he doesn't have to quite leave so much wool there. It can actually naturally be that wide and square hip. We can certainly move that one up, but I think a real sound, functional baby doll Southdown to round the class out with. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
All right, our champion and reserve in that class was Kaden Sprouse for both of those lambs. The champion banner is sponsored by Garmin Show Supply, and the reserve by Kevin and Danielle Schultz. For those of you that might have just joined us, today our judge is Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. He raises Dorsus and black-faced club lambs. He also raises hogs. He graduated from Hawkeye Tech, and in his spare time he does shear sheep, but he is not for hire. Reading down, top down, 3, 2, 1. In the ring is our purebred yearling ewes, Caden Hunston and Zach Schmitz. This show today is being live streamed from KCTC, so if any of you have friends and family from around the United States, be sure to have them tune in. The website is on your program. It's also kctc.net/Washco Fair.
I do purple and a blue. Can you hear me? Okay. So out here for our purebred yearling ewe division, I chose to start with a young man on the left there with the Hampshire ewe. I think she offers a lot of good positive things in terms of her breed character and in terms of the way she's made, her front end and her elevation that she has up through her neck. She's very level all the way from the top of her shoulder blade all the way back out through the dock. She stays real square in that hip. Maybe in terms of soundness, I think the Baby Doll Southdown probably strides just a little bit truer for me today to give that one an advantage. But I think just in terms of overall build and squareness, we're going to go ahead and use the Hampshire. The Baby Doll Southdown, as I discussed with the young man's laid in that front shoulder blade a little better than the one he had out here in the class prior, but still want to make that thing square in terms of the top of its hip and get it wider base behind. But I think two real good examples of the breed here out here for the yearling ewe class. Let's give them two a round of applause, please.
Our champion purebred yearling ewe was shown by Caden Houston. The banner is sponsored by Ron Carroll, and our reserve is Zach Schmitz, and the banner is sponsored by Kevin and Danielle Schultz. For the next class, there was a mistake in the program, And so they're going to be splitting the next white and speckled-faced commercial breeding ewe class into the lighter weights and then the heavier weights. So in your program, it's just a little bit different than what you're going to see out here. But anything from the 99 weight to the 113 weight are going to be in the first class, and then anything heavier than that will be in the second class. As the weather starts to heat up, I want everybody to be aware that Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn have donated water. So please help yourself on the north side of the showing. There's some coolers with some cold water in it for the exhibitors and their families. And it's also in the sheep barn on the south end. So please stay hydrated today as it heats up. Compliments of Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn.
Okay, a really interesting class out here. I took a little extra time at the top end here. We got some differences with two, I think, very high-quality individuals here at the top. I chose to start with the one that's just stouter constructed at the ground, naturally wider based up front. Maybe not naturally wider based as she tracks away from me, which is what gave me some issue there. As she gets away from me, she gets a little closed up behind. You get your hands on her, she does not disappoint. She's attractive from the side. I think she's fed properly with enough muscling with a real good look from the side, so we go ahead and use the young man on the left to win the class. A real feminine female here in second. Lots of things to appreciate about her in terms of her front end construction, her balance from the side. Really like looking at her from the side. We get our hands on her, and that's where we run into a little bit of trouble with her in terms of comparing her to our class winner. Just touches a little plainer, not as much muscle in that rack and loin area on her. Do appreciate watching her walk around the ring, though, in terms of soundness and flexibility. That one's really good. Just a really nice individual for second. The most terminal sheep is standing here in third. Probably more market-oriented, I guess, for me than she is in the U division. She gets a little more open in that shoulder blade. It don't blend into that neck quite as well as I like, and we need to get her stouter at the ground as well. But surely like that handle she has in terms of a rack and loin, the terminal touch she possesses. Really a nice individual for third. Young man here in fourth has one that I think is really feminine in terms of the front one third. She's got extension, length of body. We appreciate all that about her. She's really good in her spine. We just need to get more sheep there in terms of opening her up underneath, get more hip and rear leg in that one. Probably a little more terminal quality to make that one place a little higher in this class. But a really good individual there. Let's give them 4 round of applause, please.
Winning that class was Austin Black. Second place was Caden Houston. Third, Adeline Houston. And fourth place was Jasper Larimer. This is now the heavier weights, and so in your program it was not split quite correctly, so it's going to be a little confusing. But going from top down was 4, 1, and then it skips to that second part, which is 2, 3. In the ring now will be Antone Larimore, Morgan Lichty, Javon Davis. It takes many, many volunteers to put on any kind of a show, and so I'm going to run down quickly all the people that are helping behind the scenes. We have Dawn Andreg, Shauna Searin, Bridget Litweiler, Renee Searin, Madison Sheets, Haley Schultz, Kevin Schultz, Pam Davis, Marcus Davis, and Mindy Driscoll. So please tell them thank you if you see them. Like anything, it takes a village.
Okay, we got 3 individuals out here in this heavier weight speckled U class that I think just kind of sorts itself pretty easy for me. I like sheep that are really wide based and thick, but they still got to be smooth and balanced from the side, and I think that's what our class winner does very well. Truly, as she walks around the ring, she carries that base width all the way to the ground and continues to stride that way as you watch her in motion. You get your hands on her, she don't disappoint. She's really thick, big rack, big loin, big square hip. She's got plenty of muscle and a smooth package that I think maybe she could be more elevated and extended in her neck, which would make her more feminine. But I think in terms of practicality and thickness, that's the logical place to start. The one here in second, a lot of good things there. She's really laid in her blade, maybe a little more feminine than the one that I chose to start the class with. I think she's too overdone in terms of her condition. And I think just in terms of sheer base width, that one just closes up at the ground too much for me. I want to see her naturally wider at the ground. But I think we like her robust rib and her femininity that she has. Young man brings the shallowest body, most extended female here in third that I think has a lot of good traits to her as well. We just need to make her stouter at the ground and wider as well. Get some more product down the top of her to compete with the 2 ahead of them. Let's give them 3 individuals a round of applause. They're doing a really good job out here showing.
Winning that class is Javen Davis. Second place is Morgan Lichty. And third place was Antoine Larimore. So now we'll be bringing out the first and second place for the champion and reserve white or speckle-faced commercial breeding ewe.
not an easy decision out here for me on this championship Speckle Face U drive. I think our lightweights are a couple individuals that are built really well in terms of their femininity and their extension, their ability to be a little more up-fronted. In terms of soundness, I think we've got 4 individuals out here that are really sound on the move, so I don't think there's a lot of decisions to be made there. And we get to our heavyweight individuals, and we got a couple that I think, in terms of how they were fed, I think they're a little overdone for me. Probably get a little plainer in terms of their look due to that being the case. Maybe not quite as stout and at the ground either for me. So a difficult decision for a guy that tends to like power. But for me, I think I got a pair out here that have enough muscle, that have a little more feminine look to them. Probably in terms of the way their blades laid into their neck, they're a little shorter in terms of that blade. So with that being said, I'm going to go out there and pick your champion in reserve, WBIU. Let's give these 4 individuals a round of applause for their hard work, please.
Our champion was Austin Black, and his banner is sponsored by the Hills Blanket and Trust Company. And the reserve was Caden Houston, and his is sponsored by Hunter Schultz and Haley Schultz. Exhibitors and family members, as it gets warm, please help yourself to some ice cold water that's over here on the north end of the show ring, sponsored by Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn, and there's also some back in the show barn. So please help yourself. In our ring is Zach Schmitz, who's wearing a gray polo. That signifies that he is a senior this year, and so this will be his final day of competition. All of the other shirts are being sponsored by Federation Bank, so we need to acknowledge them as well. If you do not have a program, hang tight. We are printing more, and we'll be bringing those around. So more are being printed. For those people that have been just joined us, our judge today is Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. He raises Dorset's black-faced club lambs as well as hogs. He originally graduated from Hawkeye Tech, so we are so appreciative that he's here judging our show today.
I think a real competitive class out here for lightweight commercial use. I think a logical place to start here for me after studying them some more, one that just has some more extension up and through her front end, probably a little more correct in terms of her forerib. Really great base width in this particular individual from front to rear, really stout at the ground and just elevated through the front end. You get your hands on her, she certainly don't disappoint you. Really good touch and handle. I believe fed properly for this particular weight. She's certainly not overdone by no means, and I think just a really sound, kind of a fresh appearing, fault-free kind of an individual to go ahead and start this class. A lot of things to like about this one in second in terms of the way I like to analyze sheep. Really robust in her rib cage, really wide-based, really big and square in terms of that hip and rear leg. We like that about her. You get your hands on her, a lot of muscle. That one there just gets too boxy for me, I guess. I want to get a little more length of body in that one. I need to lean her up a little bit for this particular weight. She's just got too much cover on her for a sheep that we're sitting here at this light of a weight class for me. I guess if we could lean her up a nickel, maybe make her handle a little harder, we can move her up. But certainly an individual with tremendous base width and power there for second. More extension and look here in third. Really hard handling down her top, square and good out of her hip. We like that about her. This one gets a little narrower at the base in comparison to the two that we start the class with, but fed properly, and a lot of good things about this particular individual here in third. The young lady should be proud. Love handling this sheep here in fourth. Told the young man, you get your hands on this one, she certainly don't disappoint on the top side. We get to the rear 1/4 of that sheep, and that's where we want to change how she handles her hind wheels in the motion. She needs to be wider based behind and bigger in her upper hip as well, but a really good handling feminine individual for fourth. The two individuals down here in fifth and sixth, I believe, are two that are very similar in terms of their makeup. I think we just have some differences in terms of the width of hip between the two and the stoutness of bone that we got. That's why the one gets fifth. Two individuals that are just green and will just get better with time. Let's give all six of them a round of applause for a very competitive class.
First place in that class goes to Garrett Greiner, second place to Emma Greiner. So reading top down, 6, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Passing out more programs around the ring is our Miss Congeniality, as well as helping pass out ribbons today is Allie Reese. She's the daughter of Mindy and Tyler Reese. She's going to be a senior this coming year at Washington High School. Also helping in the ring is Mindy Davis Driscoll, as well as Marcus Davis and Kevin Schultz. Those are all very important jobs that help the day run smoothly. In the show ring is our second class of black-face commercial breeding ewe lambs. The second class of black-face commercial breeding ewe lambs is now in the ring. We have to thank KCTC for their generous gift to live stream all of our shows this week. So please, please let your friends and family know from all around the United States that they can tune in to the show. It is kctc.net/WashCoFair.
really competitive class out here. You guys should be proud of your county fair. Sorry I take my time. You have 6 individuals out here that do a great job showing as well. Every class these kids come in here, everybody gets them things braced up, set up, showed. They're all very efficient. You guys as families and parents have done an excellent job getting these kids fired up to come out here, and they're just doing a great job, and it's a pleasure to work with them. Appreciate you letting me take my time here to discuss with each individual the differences I see, because I believe they just learn more from listening to me directly as opposed to me talking here on the mic. But I think a real logical place to start in this particular class, one that I think is just really smooth and really packed with power from front to rear. She's big and robust in her rib, big and square out of her dock. Could we get her just a slightly more extended in through her front end? You bet. But you get your hands on her and she's fed right for the weight. She's got a good hard handle to her, good crisp edge all the way from front to rear, just a real logical place to start in this class. I think a real feminine kind of an individual here in second that probably just gets a little plainer in terms of her muscle tone for me today. But in terms of look from the side and femininity, structural correctness, I think this is a really good kind of a female to go ahead and be in here in second. We just need to get more muscle shape and thickness to be able to compete with our class winner. But in terms of functionality, a good female. The one in third, kind of in the same boat, probably just not quite as good in terms of that loin edge hitting that hip. Probably gets a little more chest out the front, but we like the femininity and extension that one has. The stoutness of bone as well. Just need to bust them open some more and get more thickness in that one to be able to compete with our class winner. The lamb here in fourth, really smooth handle and kind of sheep that probably gets just a little bit plainer in terms of that muscle. We get to the rear 1/4 of that one and we need to change that hip. She gets a little flatter in that stifle, just not as much rear leg presentation in that one. The one that looks good from the side. Down here in fifth and sixth, there are a couple of other functional individuals. I think the one in fifth, probably a little overdone for me, a little plainer, not quite the same look from the side, but still laid in her blade real good and in a sound functional package for the young lady. Another sound one that goes out in sixth that just needs to be square hipped and just wider base from front to rear. Let's give them 6 individuals a round of applause, please.
You doing okay?
First place in that class was Ava Greiner. Second place was Caitlin Waters. So going top down in your program, 1, 4, 2, 6, 5, 3. We now have coming into our ring our third and final drive of the Blackface Commercial Breeding Ewe Lambs. I'll be saying this several times, but please, please, exhibitors and family members, help yourself to some ice-cold water that's in coolers over on the north side of the ring. That was generously donated by Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn. So please help yourself and stay hydrated today as it gets warmer and warmer. Our judge today is Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. He raises Dorsets, black-faced clublands, as well as hogs. He originally graduated from Hawkeye Tech, so we are so happy to have him in a ring with us today. Our sheep superintendents are Ted Greiner and Todd Schmitz. They do a lot of behind-the-scenes work to make this day go well, as well as our project leader, Bridget Litweiler. You will see them in red shirts, and make sure that you say thank you to all their hard work. We also have many, many people behind the scenes that are helping today. Dawn Andrag, Shauna Siren, Renee Siren, Madison Sheets, Haley Schultz, Kevin Schultz, Pam Davis, Marcus Davis, Mindy Driscoll, and if I forgot anybody, I apologize, but it does take a village.
real competitive class out here, I think, in the heavyweight blackface U-drive. Flipped these top three around in my head from when they first walked in, I guess. Ended up rearranging them after we get them in motion a couple times there. I think the soundest, most practical one here is in the lead. Want to change her next set, maybe get that laid back in her, but she's got a lot of extension. She's got some bone. Her front shoulders laid in are really good. She gets wider from front to rear. I think just a lot of good things about her. She's got a big flat loin. She's fed right. I think just the most practical, functional one out here today for us to go ahead and win this class. The one in second, really like the thickness she has down her top. Probably overfed just a little bit. She needs just a touch more tone to her. That little bit of extra fat she's carrying kind of is laying down in her chest, making her a little plainer from the side for me. If we could sure trim her up and get her a little shallower, we could certainly move that one up a spot as well. But a real wide-based functional individual for second. The one when you get your hands on them that I really like is the one that's in third. I like the top shape in that sheep. I like the rib cage. I like her shallowness and femininity. Like a lot of things about her, and then we get her in motion, and I really have trouble with the rear legs on that one. She just needs to be sounder on them rears, and she needs to be stouter at the ground as well to be able to compete with the two ahead of her. But a really good handling, feminine kind of a sheep for third. Young man in fourth's got a stout one that's pretty heavy bone, wide-based. She's got a big old rib cage in her as well and a big old hip. We get that one in motion. She's kind of got the same problem as the one in third. Need to travel better off them rear legs for certain for me. Maybe trim her up and get a little more shape in that one as well. But we like the base width and stoutness. In fifth and sixth down here, we got two sheep that we just need to get wider and bigger in terms of their rear 1/4. I think soundness and practicality-wise and femininity, I think they're really good. Just the rear 1/4 needs to be changed. Bigger, square, rear end. But 6 really competitive individuals out here. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
In that class, first place went to Adeline Houston, second place to Zach Schmitz. Reading from the top down in your program, 4, 2, 3, 6, 5, 1. We will now be showing for the champion and reserve blackface commercial breeding ewe. They'll be bringing the first and second place lamb out of those last 3 classes. Our Class 1 winner was Garrett Greiner. Second place was Emma Greiner. They're on the south end. In the second class, our winner was Ava Greiner, and second place was Caitlin Waters. And in our third class, the winner was Adeline Houston, followed by Zach Schmitz. So those are the kids that are in the ring currently.
Let's give these 6 individuals out here a round of applause for their efforts today. I think a really competitive U-drive with excellent showmanship out here. That's the part I'm most impressed with, I guess. These kids really work hard. They really do a good job showing these sheep. Makes it more difficult for me, I think, to make decisions. They're doing such a good job. And I certainly appreciate their efforts for sure. I think I got 2 out here that really suit me really well. I know they're not a pair. I mean, they're not real similar to each other, but when you get your hands on them, then they are. I mean, to stand back here and look at them, there's some definite differences. We got our lightweight champion that's more extended in the front end, in longer bodied, shallower bodied, still big boned and wide based at the ground. We like that about our handles exceptionally well. Probably a little too high in that rear flank for me. If I want to get critical on that one, maybe needs some more rear leg yet. Just needs more time. With maturity, that one's going to get better. As we talk about our class winner out of the middle drive, one that surely has tons of power, carries it to the ground all the way in terms of its stoutness and the base width. When that young lady has her set up, she gets her up fronted enough for me as well. Get your hands on that one, certainly impressive. Fed right, lean, hard muscled, big muscle, and can still handle it, so a real impressive individual. When we talk about our class winner out of the heavy class, there's just a lot of function in that particular individual. Probably needs more muscle to be able to compete with the couple that I'm going to use here today. Our second place lambs as well, real impressive to handle. But for me today, it's going to come out of the class winners that we got here. So with that being said, I will go and shake the hand of your champion in reserve, Blackface U. Let's give him another round of applause, please.
Our champion blackface commercial ewe lamb was shown by Ava Greiner. The banner is sponsored by the Bill Android family. Our reserve was shown by Garrett Greiner, and that banner is sponsored by Hunter Schultz and Haley Schultz. We are now in our commercial breeding yearling ewe class.
Production lamb. Should I do first one?
Once again, I want you to know that this show is being live streamed from KCTC. They're given a generous gift to live stream all the shows. The website is in your program. That is kctc.net/Washco Fair. So you have any friends and family from around the United States, please let them know that they can view this show. Some other businesses that we want to recognize is the Federation Bank for their sponsorship of all the 4-H t-shirts, as well as 4-H wood products out of Crawfordsville for the fresh shavings that are in the show ring. We have a lot of generous donators or sponsors that do a lot to make the show what it is. So make sure that you do say thank you the next time that you are in their business. Back in the ring is our current fair royalty. I see that Katie Lichty has joined us. She is our fair queen this year. She's the daughter of Lauren and Chris Lichty. This coming year she will be a senior at Waco. She is in the future planning to go to the University of Iowa. And later today she's going to be showing some dairy, so she's going to be in and out. We also have in the ring Allie Reese. She's Miss Congeniality. She's the daughter of Mindy and Tyler Reese. She's going to be a senior this coming year at Washington High School. So they are going to be passing out our ribbons today, and we congratulate them, and they both represent Washington County very well. This is our only class of the commercial breeding yearling ewe, so we will be determining a champion and reserve yearling from this class.
Okay, outside. Let's see, 3.
I think a really interesting class of 5 out here. It certainly can't be cheap to go ahead and feed these things like that and get these things into the show ring. As I took my time this morning, first thing I got to do was go look at a record book that showed me how much it costs to get the feeder pen here. And we've got these yearlings standing out here that I'm certain weren't just out on grass, but excuse me, they did a tremendous job feeding them. I think they should be proud. Every single one of these is square down their top. I mean, I am very impressed with the handle on them. They're fed very well. These kids are still working hard. I think 5 good individuals out here, but we start the class with one that I think is really, really good. I think her body cavity is appropriate for what we're trying to do. I think her front shoulder's laid in her. She gets bigger all the way from front to rear. Her rack shape is really upstanding and present. Tremendous hip and squareness. Get her in motion. She's sound. I just think a really high-quality individual to go ahead and win this class. We get to our second place individual, one that handles really good as well. You get your hands on this one, crisp, square, everything about her in terms of her handle is really good. We want to make her maybe just a little wider based to compare to the one that's underneath of her, but I think her squareness and her stoutness get her to where she is today in second place. To compare to the one that wins the class, she needs to be rounder ribbed and shallower. The young man in third here has one that's tremendously wide based. We like that about her. We get looking at her from the side, maybe a little more tucked up in her flank. In terms of just sheer top shape and muscle, probably one of the lighter muscled ones in the class, even compared to the couple below her, but I think her base width gets her put in third. Fourth and fifth down here are two sheep that have a lot of function to them. We just need to get them stouter and wider at the ground, but their top shape's incredible. The one in fourth is really balanced from the side. We appreciate that about her. That's what put the young man in fifth, is just that side profile balance. But I think 5 good individuals. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Showing our champion commercial breeding yearling ewe was Ella Greiner. Her banner was sponsored by the Bill Andrade family. Our reserve was Adeline Houston, and her banner is sponsored by Ron and Louise Schmidt's family. We will now be bringing out all of our first and second place winners to determine a supreme breeding ewe.
Yeah, because she's listed like 3 different times.
In the last class, reading top to bottom was 1, 4, 2, 3, 5. I apologize to that. 1, 4, 2, 3, 5. We are now trying to get organized with exhibitors for the Supreme Breeding ewe, Champion and Reserve, and our judge will also place the top 5. So Champion, Reserve, and then he'll be placing the next 3. If you happen to get a rate of gain sheet that was just handed out, please ignore those. There's been a mistake, and so we are reprinting the rate of gain sheet. So ignore those if you just got one handed to you within the last 5 minutes. In the ring is all of our ewe lambs. We have for a purebred ewe lamb, Caden Sprouse, who showed both the champion and reserve. We have our purebred yearling ewe, shown by Caden Houston, and reserve was Zach Schmitz. We have our white and speckled-faced commercial ewe champion that was shown by Austin Black, and reserve Caden Houston. And then we have a black-faced commercial ewe that was shown by Ava Greiner, reserve was Garrett Greiner. And then our commercial breeding yearling ewe, which is shown by Ella Greiner, and reserve was Adeline Houston. So those are the 10 kids that you see in the ring.
Another big round of applause, please, for these 10 exhibitors out here with a really good set of sheep out here. I think each individual, we got different breeds out here, so we've got some variety. But for me, I think I got 2 out here, and it's a really, really close placing. But I think 2 individuals that are made the way I like them. I think they're round-ribbed, wide-based. I think they got big old square backs in them. When you get your hands on them, they handle like they should. One's a slight disadvantage. It's a little tougher to try to put a yearling, I think, up against a lamb in terms of just maintaining that true shape and everything. But I think that the yearling holds her own out here in terms of that, and she's very good as well. Our second places, also very high-quality livestock. We've discussed these, I think, in depth on the microphone in the classes. I think just in terms of sheer stoutness, there's one out here that's just a tick stouter at the ground for me. Even though I have 2 that are built real similar, I think that's the main difference for me. I think she's bigger footed. I think she's maybe just opened up just a nickel more in her chest cavity at this point in time. And just a real impressive individual when you get your hands on her. So with that being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your grand champion, you, at the Washington County Fair.
Our champion was shown by Ava Greiner. That's her trophy is sponsored by Sprouse Family Club Lambs. And the blanket, the Supreme Champion Breeding New blanket, was by Greiner Show Lambs.
Okay, as we bring our reserve black-faced ewe lamb in here, I think another high-quality one, built a little different than our champion. Really shallow-bodied, still stout at the ground. We like that about her. We want to change some things about that one in comparison to the yearling that we have out here. I think the rear 1/4 of that sheep needs to be bigger. Need to get more rear leg in that one and maybe drop that rear flank. With that being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your reserve grand champion ewe. Let's give him a round of applause.
Our reserve is shown by Ella Greiner. All of her things are sponsored by Premier One Supplies as well as Greiner Show Lambs for the Breeding New blanket. He will now be picking the next 3 because he has to place the top 5 as far as for premium money for the exhibitors.
We bring in the yearling there, the second place yearling, another one that's got just tremendous top shape. Maybe not quite as good in its overall build as the one I'm going to use for third overall ewe in this particular division. I just think her body cavity is incredible in terms of her rib cage. Certainly we picked on her a little bit in that rear flank, but I think one that handles tremendously well down her top as well and is really feminine. I think she deserves the third overall spot. With that being said, I'll go shake his hand. Give him a round of applause, please. It's a little closer decision out here for fourth for me, but I think we got one that kind of follows the same pattern as the one we had in third in terms of the stoutness of bone work all the way to the ground, the extension in the front end, and when you get your hands on her, she handles really crisp in terms of that rack shape and that loin edge in that one. I'm going to use your speckle face ewe for fourth overall. Let's give him a round of applause, please. As we bring in our reserve speckle face, I think another high quality one. I know in that particular division, I thought two sheep that were just really fundamentally built well from the ground up, really sound as you got them in motion, maintained some femininity through the front end with squareness atop. I think two good individuals that warrant some merit here as we try to decide between yearlings and a purebred. I think the Speckle Face Reserve is the one that's just a little taller at the point of the shoulder, and in terms of just soundness and femininity, I think that's the one I want to use for fifth overall. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
All right, in our Supreme Breeding Sheep class then, our champion was Ava Greiner. The reserve was Ella Greiner. Our third place was Garrett Greiner. Fourth place went to Austin Black. And our fifth place to Caden Houston. So those are top 5 Supreme Breeding Sheep.
We always keep things fresh.
Okay, out here in this production class, really interesting. Two sheep out here that are not built the same at all. We're going to start with a young man that has the stouter made one, the wider through the center part of his body, one that has tremendous thickness down his top as well. In terms of a production class, this one's probably got too much cover on him to probably beat the other one in terms of the carcass merit of the animal because he's too fat, but I think he's got adequate amount of muscle underneath the extra cover that he is carrying, and we certainly appreciate the width he has. That particular animal there gained like 0.86 pounds per day, which is tremendously good, and that being compared to the one that's in second that gained like 0.36. So we're dealing with like a half a pound a day difference in gain, and that's a big deciding factor for me as well. So I'll let the extra rate of gain go ahead and compensate for the fact that that lamb is probably too fat to do real great in the carcass, but due to the extreme rate of gain that he had, he'll go ahead and win this class live. Young lady's lamb in second, tremendously trim, has good top shape. We like that about him. We want to make him wider at the ground, wider constructed. If we could open that rib cage up in that one some more, maybe that one eats more, consumes more feed, and gains better for. Really lean and trim though, so it's going to do a good job in terms of carcass. But two interesting animals, fun to evaluate them. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
The champion production lamb was shown by Ashton Thomas. His banner is sponsored by Christine Burney Doonan. The reserve was shown by Caitlin Waters, and her banner is sponsored by Cody and Chelsea Branstead. Now, to make things more complicated, we actually scanned these two, and when we scanned them, it was reversed. So in the carcass scan, Caitlin was first and Ashton was second. So both of these guys are going to walk out with a champion and a reserve ribbon. How about that? All right, for our top rate of gain, number 1, Caden Sprouse with a .86 rate of gain. Not him personally, his lamb, but he's not going to bring his lamb. Second place was Ashton Thomas with a .83 rate of gain. Third place was a tie between Charlotte Siren, Hunter Barnes, and Kira Longmine. All three of those lambs had a .73 rate of gain. Our fourth place then was Destiny Boone with a .72. Fifth place would be Christopher Boone with a .71. Tie for sixth place, Destiny Boone, Emma Alderton, and Garrett Greiner with a .69 rate of gain. And so the seventh place then was Javon Davis with a .68. So all of those are wonderful, wonderful rate of gains. Good job, kids. Please give them a round of applause. For our rate of gain, the cash awards were sponsored by Triple D Farms, which is Steve and Pam Davis family. Our judge has taken a little bit of a break. So again, I want to thank all of our ring helpers and the people behind the scenes, as well as the people that have sponsored, Federation Bank, who has sponsored our t-shirts. Please, please, please remember to hydrate yourself. Thanks to Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn, there's free water over in coolers on the north side of the barns. Please help yourself. Please stay hydrated. We are now starting with our Dorset Market Lamb class.
I better do this.
Our judge today is Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. He raises Dorsets, black-faced club lambs, and hogs. He graduated from Hawkeye Tech, is married with children, so we are so appreciative that he is our judge today.
I would like for all of you at ringside to give them a round of applause while they're still all in here, because this is a competitive class. These kids really appreciate your applause, and so do I. Thank you for doing that. I think we got a really good one here to start this class. You get him in motion, you really like him. You get your hands on him, and he's got enough muscle. Really laid in that front end, good and square out the hip as well. Maybe this one needs to handle just a notch harder when you get to the loin edge of that sheep, but I know the loin edge is square and built right. The lamb in second really handles like a brick when you get your hands on him down the top. That's where I'd maybe like to change our class winner, but in terms of one that's built good with plenty of muscle, that's a real nice sheep. The young man here in second with this ewe lamb, I had discussed with him when he first came in. I thought, boy, he should have had her in the ewe drive, because I like her quite a bit as far as the ewe goes. And thought maybe she looked a little fat in terms of just analyzing her from the side, but when you get your hands on her, she's not. He did a really good job feeding her. She's really good and crisp, got a ton of shape in that rack, got a big flat loin. And then we really get studying that front shoulder on that one, and we wanted to lay in there just a nickel smoother and maybe square her out of her dock to be able to compete with our class winner. But I think a really good one here for second place. Same goes for third. Another really good sheep that handles good, got plenty of rack shape in her. Probably just balance from the side and sheer width in the rear 1/4 of that one is what puts it in third. But I think a really neat looking one that's fed properly as well for its weight. The young man does a good job showing it. Down here in fourth, this is the biggest racked one in the class right here in terms of just sheer muscle over the rib cage. This one's got tremendous rack. Probably just a little overdone in terms of condition, but a big topped one. We get, in terms of analyzing this one from the side profile, he gets a little high up in his rear flank and a little deep in his chest. Maybe need to get that one a little wider in his hip as well, but tremendous rack shape in that one. And then down here in fifth, the young man's got one that we like in terms of its general build. Probably a little plainer from the side profile, and then just in terms of sheer muscle, I told the young man he just needs more. He's got a really nice built one that's sound, just needs more sheer muscle to compete with the ones ahead of him. But real good individuals in that class. Give them another round of applause, please.
That was our one and only Dorset Market Lamb class. So first place, or our champion, was Ella Greiner. Her banner was sponsored by the Jeff Sprouse family. Reserve went to Austin Black. His banner is sponsored by Ron and Louise Schmidt's family. So in that class, going from top down on your program, 5, 3, 1, 2, 4. The next class coming in is our Hare Market Lamb. This will also have a champion and reserve from this class.
in this class of hair market lambs. I think we got a real logical place to start here. One that's just built real good from the ground up. He's wide based. He's big square hipped. He's big and robust in his rib cage as well. In terms of muscling, I think that one has as much muscle as any other one in the class. For certain, in his rear 1/4, he's got more muscle. Maybe just a little softer in terms of the handle and the crispness of the edges of that sheep down his top. But I think he's built good enough in terms of his levelness of design and his structure to go ahead and win this class. I think a real nice sheep there. Second and third, two animals that I think are very similar in terms of their build. We need to fix them in their rear 1/4 in terms of that squareness and width of hip to be able to compete with our class winner. I think the differences between the two for me, I think the heavier muscled one is in second. When you get your hands on her, the rack shape and the squareness to the loin edge of that sheep, to me, is bigger and handles better than the one that we got in third. We like the body cavity and the shallowness of the one that's in third better, but I think just in terms of total product, we use the one in second. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
In the hair sheep class, champion was shown by Zach Schmitz, reserved by Javon Davis. So going top down, 2, 3, 1. We will now be starting with our first class of our Hampshire Market Lambs. Our Hamp Market Lambs is now coming into the ring. Remember that this show is being live streamed on KCTC thanks to their generous donations. So if you have friends and family from around the United States, please tell them to tune in to any of the livestock shows this week. The website is on your program, but it is also kctc.net/Washco Fair. I want to mention that we have in the ring 3 of our senior 4-H'ers. They're in the gray shirts. The shirts have been donated by Woodoff Farm Supply, but we have Anna Nafzinger, Zach Schmitz, and Maggie Renner, all senior 4-H'ers that will be showing for their last year at the sheep show. So let's give those senior 4-H'ers a round of applause. Once again, Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn have donated water for anybody that needs it. It is free. It is sitting over here in coolers on the north side of the barn. So please, please, please help yourselves to some nice cold water that's sitting over here in coolers, thanks to Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn. So keep hydrated. It's important on these hot days.
Let's give him a round of applause out here for a competitive lightweight market lamb class. I think we start off with a real good one here that's just really functional off of both ends, really sound, and then you get your hands on it and that thing's ripped with muscle. Big, huge rack, big in its upper rib cage, shallow and balanced from the side. As you handle back, that thing handles with a good loin edge, big square hip, and a ton of rear leg. Real stout at the ground too, not just shaggy-legged one. That one's got pretty darn good sized feet. Really certainly appreciate that about her as well. I think a really logical place to start. Young man in second, real competitive sheep here in terms of more extension, maybe a little bit more elevated at the shoulder than the one we choose to win the class. This one just ain't quite as busted open through the center part of its cage, isn't as stout at the ground. But when you get your hands on this one, he's lean, or she's lean, she's trim. She's got a tremendous loin edge that transitions into that hip. I think a really good sheep for second place. If we get into third here, one that don't just quite handle quite as crisp and as lean or as athletic as the two that we start the class, but a really wide-based, wide, robust ribbed one. Just a lot of good things about that one. Just need to trim her up a little bit and shallow her up in her body cavity to compete with the two ahead of them. The one in fourth here, really stout creature here. Like that about him. Really has a nice ripped up rack about him as well. That one just gets plainer looking to the side from me. Want to make him a little rounder in the lower 1/3 of his rib cage and just extend him in through that neck to get him to place ahead of them top three. We get down here into fifth and sixth. The sheep in fifth, tremendous rack shape in that sheep. I told the young lady she's got it fed right for the weight. Just got an immaturity issue here between these two. They just need more time on feed to get some more power to be able to play with the four ahead of them. But what a really competitive class. Give them another round of applause, please.
You doing okay?
First place in that class went to Ava Greiner. Second place to Kaden Houston. In your program, if you're keeping track, going top down is 6-5-1-3-2-4. Coming into the ring is now our second class of Hampshire Market Lambs. And I see that we do have another couple gray shirts that again are sponsored by Woodall Farm Supply. In the ring now we have Carmen Siren and Brody Neal that are also showing this year for the last time. So we need to give Carmen and Brody a round of applause as well. As you can see, our ring help is very important. Around our ring today, we have Marcus Davis, Mindy Davis Driscoll, and Kevin Schultz that are helping. So we appreciate those. Madison Sheets is also handing out ribbons while our royalty is over at the Rabbit Show. So thank you to our ring help. I do want to remind everybody that thanks to KCTC's generous donation, this show is being live streamed today. So please tell your friends and family from around the United States that they can also tune in. The website is on the front part of your program, but it is kctc.net/WashCoFair. All the shows this week, or most of the shows this week, will be live streamed. Once again, please help yourself to free water that's over here in the coolers, thanks to Mackenzie and Fletcher Flynn.
That's a good place to eat too.
Let's give them a round of applause for a real competitive medium weight hamp. I think the one I chose to start with out here, the young lady brings us one that you get it in motion, and he's ultrasound, still has plenty of muscle shape down his top. Get right there on the loin edge of that one, maybe could be just a nickel smoother, but I think he's really pretty good there. Hip transition is good, square, it's got enough butt. Plenty of look from the side as well, extended through the front end. I think just a real logical place to start in this class. Really like the touch and tone of the one that's here in second. That one just gets a little more opened up in that front shoulder for me today. If that one would be a little smoother, I think its side profile is really good. Could really put some heat on our class winner because that one handles ultra hard and has a ton of terminal shape to it. I just think that shoulder blade needs to be cleaned up on that particular individual to be able to compete with the one that wins the class. Young man in third, another just ultra terminal one to me. You get your hands on him, you really like that rack shape in that sheep. You really like the expression in the rear leg of that one. He's got tons of stifle. Where that one gives me some issues is when we get him in motion. That one's rear legs are a little suspect to me in terms of just how he handles himself, gets him underneath himself a little bit, and he gets a little tight in that spine as well when you got him in motion. But we certainly like the terminal aspect of that sheep, and he's really wide-based as well. The young lady here in fourth's got a really smooth one. Love the front shoulder, love the profile of that particular sheep. Then we just need to give it more terminal shape to be able to play with the three that are ahead of it today. But I think a really good sound individual in his own right. Like the big, wide, flat loin we got in the young lady's ewe-lamb here. Certainly appreciate that. Really laid in that front shoulder good. Neck shoots out of the top part of her blade as well. Pretty darn well. We need to open her up at the top part of her rib cage, give her more rack shape, square her out the dock to be able to compete with the ones ahead of her. The squareness of the dock is better in this lamb that follows the ewe-lamb. We like that about him. Just need to change that spine in that particular individual, and that one needs to get wider at the top of his rib too to lay more rack shape up there for us. We follow down the line here, probably one of the heavier conditioned individuals in this particular class, the one that's still ultra smooth and sound. We appreciate that about him. Then we just need to get more muscle shape from front to rear in that one to be able to compete with the ones ahead of him. The two leanest, most immature individuals are down here at the bottom. The one that I put in second still has a nice big old rack in him for a really ultra lean one. That's why he goes where he is, and the young man in last there, same deal. We just need more time on feed to be able to get that muscle to go for us on those individuals. Let's give them another round of applause for a competitive class.
In our second class of Hamp Market Lambs, first place lamb was shown by Carmen Siren, second place by Grace Coble. So in your program, going top down, 9, 8, 3, 6, 4, 1, 7, 2, 5. Coming in the ring is now our third class of Hamp Market Lambs. We have some of our Queen royalty back into the ring. Joining us is our fair princess, Maddie Pfeiffer. She's the daughter of Jay and Cindy Pfeiffer. She was a recent graduate of Highland High School. Next year, she will be on the Iowa State campus studying ag business. Thanks, Maddie, for joining us today. And beside her is our Miss Congeniality, Allie Reese. Allie is the daughter of Mindy and Tyler Reese. She's going to be a senior this coming year at Washington High School. They will be handing out our ribbons. I want to let you know that special at the fairgrounds this year, the Fair Board is hosting the Washington Middle School Mini Barn Quilt Tour. The quilts are lining the main driveway into the fairgrounds and beyond. They were made to replicate barn quilts across this county, as Washington County is our barn quilt capital of Iowa. These quilts are tagged with unique QR codes so you can hear the story behind the student artist and the original quilt. These will be available for purchase. Contact the Mini Bark Quilt Committee through their Facebook page for more information. It's really a sight to see, so please take some time to enjoy them while you are at the fair.
We'll do 2 and 1. Or 2 and 2. Okay, out here in this heavyweight Hamp Market Drive, let's give these 4 individuals a round of applause, please. I think a real competitive class, but for me, I think the sheep that just kind of combines everything together in a real nice, smooth package is the one I decided to start the class with. He's ultra stout at the ground. He's really laid in that front shoulder good, really good in terms of his spine and his loin transition into his hip. And his hip is real square out the dock, and he's got ample shape to his rear leg as well. I think just kind of a fault-free kind of a sheep to go ahead and win this class. Now, granted, he doesn't have the type of top shape that we have in our second and third place individuals. They're bigger and bolder in the top part of their rib, but I think his biggest advantage is how he's made out of his hip and how he's built at the ground. Our second place individual, we really like that big, huge rack that wether possesses. For the size that sheep is, I'm very impressed in terms of the amount of condition he has. Then we just want to kind of change the angle to that shoulder blade on that sheep and change the way that sheep's made in terms of its hip. Need to make it square and make that rear leg round a little more for us. But a big, tremendous, big old rack in that one to go ahead and be in second. Our young lady in third here, another one that has a big, huge upper rib cage in him, big old expressive rack, wide based up front. And then we want to change that one from the last rib back in terms of how it's made. Need to level that dock up, square that hip up, and give it some more rear leg to compete with the 2 ahead of him. Like the hip design in the one that's in fourth, probably better than my second and third, but he's most nondescript in his muscle. And he probably opens up in his shoulder blade more than any other sheep we have in this class, but a real stout individual for him as well. Let's give him another round of applause, please.
In our third and final Hamp class, the first place went to Antoine Larimore, second place to Kira Longbine. So going top down, 4, 1, 3, 2. Now we will bring out the winners of our 3 classes as well as the reserve and determine a champion Hamp Market Lamb. In our first class, the winner was Ava Greiner, with the reserve going to Caden Houston. In our second class, the first place was Carmen Siren, followed by Grace Coble. And as I just said, the last class is Antoine Larimore, followed by Kira Longbine. This will be our champion Hamp Market Lamb.
Really excellent Hampshire drive we have out here with these 6 individuals. Let's give them a round of applause, please. I think we have exceptional quality throughout our class winners in this particular drive. I'm not taking anything away from the second place individuals out here, but I think at the top end, in particular our light and medium weight individuals out here is definitely where the decision is for me today. Lots of merit in our second place individuals that are behind them, but I think these 2 class winners, they're awful darn good, and slight differences between them in terms of loin edge, between the lightweight sheep and the medium weight sheep, and then maybe slight differences in terms of the chest cavity and the look from the side, advantage to the medium weight sheep, maybe a little sounder and more flexible in through that front knee for me as well today. Certainly both of them opened up through the center part of their rib cage a plenty, big and square and big ended. We like that about them. Just decisions to be made in terms of that squareness and flatness of loin, and then just look from the side. That's the deciding factors for me today. With that being said, I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion, and then your reserve will follow the handshake there. Let's give them another round of applause, please.
Our champion, Hamp Market Lamb, is shown by Carmen Siren. Her banner was sponsored by Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn. And his reserve was Ava Greiner, and her banner is sponsored by Ron and Louise Schmidt's family. The next class will be our natural market lamb class. There'll be 2 classes, and then we'll be picking a champion as well. Maddie Pfeiffer, our fair princess, will be coming around with more programs. If you happen to not have one, wave her down and she will make sure that you get one. Just to recognize in the ring again, we have Anna Nafzinger and Brody Neal as our senior 4-Hers wearing their gray shirts. Those are sponsored by Woodhoff Farm Supply. All the other t-shirts have been sponsored by let me look at my sheet here, I believe the Federation Bank.
Wait on.
A real nice class of lightweight natural lambs out here. We got a pair of lambs in the middle that are very similar, and then one on each end that I think are different. I choose to start with the young lady closest to me here. I think just the best built one in the class, and you get them in motion. That one's ultrasound as well. The most robust in terms of the center rib cage of that sheep. The widest base from front to rear as well. You get your hands on that one and it don't disappoint. It's fed just about right in terms of the condition for the weight it has. Do we want to get it leveler and square out of its dock to make that one really, really good? I think that's where we'd start changing that one, but I think that's an awful nice place to start in this class. In second place, the decision between these two lambs are very, very similar to me in terms of trying to analyze them. I think when we get them in motion is why I put the one in second there. I think just travels a tick too behind, more base width when you get them in motion. When you get your hands on them, there's not much difference in terms of fat cover or muscle between them two sheep. So I chose to use the one that's just wider based at the ground. Young lady's in third there. It is still trim, good squareness in terms of that rack shape. Just want to blow that one apart more in terms of the center rib cage and give it some more base width to be able to compete with our others in the class today. Young man that rounds out the class here just has one that's most immature of any in the class. Like that one from the side profile. Excuse me, certainly like that one's bone work, but that one's too flat in its rib cage and opens up too much in its front shoulder for me. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
In our first class of natural market lambs, the first place lamb was shown by Eliana Hahn, second place by Lillian Eldridge. So going top down, 4, 1, 3, 2.
Do you want me to go take?
currently in the ring is Class 2 of our Natural Market Lamb show. Also, if you are thirsty, there is free water, ice cold, in coolers on the north side of the barn, thanks to the donation of Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn. So please help yourself to free water that's in coolers over on the north side of the barn. Those of you that might just be new to the ring, our judge today is Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. He raises Dorsets, black-faced clublands, and hogs. He originally graduated from Hawkeye Tech and is married with children. So we appreciate him coming to our show today.
Okay, I think a really challenging heavyweight natural class out here. Let's give these kids a round of applause for their efforts out here, please. For me, I chose to start the class with the one that's just the most robust in terms of the center part of her rib cage. She really handles tremendously lean for her weight and her thickness. I mean, that one is not the leanest one in the class, but I mean, she handles really good. She's got a big, huge, wide rack in her, big, wide loin. If I want to change that one, I'm able to make her stouter like the one we got in second. I want to get her hip a little squarer and leveler out the dock. But I think in terms of the way that one's general body cavity is made and maintains that base width all the way to the ground with some extension, leanness, and muscle shape, I think for me that's a logical place to start. The lamb in second is like the show steer look of the ones that are out here. That one's really stout at the ground. That one's got pretty good rib shape to him as well. That one gets too compact for me, too short-bodied, which gives that one an appearance of being too deep in his chest floor too when viewed from the side. Handles pretty good down his top, but doesn't have that big, huge flare to that loin that our class winner does, and probably not the same amount of base width either as our class winner, but a really nice individual for second. In third, one that's more extended, leaner, trimmer, handles probably a little crisper over that rack area there. That one needs to just have more look from the side. Gets too plain and flat in terms of that rib cage. Don't quite match into the front shoulder like we like it. Want to bust that one open underneath as well, but we appreciate the way that one handles down the top of her. In fourth place here, one that's built really well. Like that one's rib, like that one's extension and frame, like the big wide loin in that one as well. As we truly get our hands on that one, it just gets too plain in terms of the muscle shape in that one. The rack's pretty nondescript. We get to the rear leg in that one. The stifle's pretty nondescript as well, but a good functional individual for that young lady. And then the young gentleman here that rounds the class out has one that's just too immature, probably needs 20 pounds or so, which would give that one more muscle and more flank to make him compare with the other ones in the class. Let's give him another round of applause, please.
Winning that class was Austin Black, reserve going to Ava Greiner. So now we will determine the champion natural market lamb. Eliana Hahn was in class 1, first place, followed by Lillian Eldridge, and then as I just announced, Austin Black and Ava Greiner. So those will be the 4 lambs that will be in the ring. Going from top down in that second class, 3, 2, 5, 1, 4.
Let's give these 4 individuals a round of applause for their quality natural division here. I think for me, this kind of sorts itself relatively easy. It's more based on maturity here. I think we got the 2 lightweight ones that just aren't quite ready to be out here just yet. Don't quite give us the muscle presentation we're looking for. They just need 30 so days more on feed to show us what they really can do. I think they're built really well. They just need more time. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and use your 2 heavyweight naturals to win this division. Let's give them another round of applause, please.
Our champion natural market lamb was shown by Austin Black. The ribbon was sponsored by Jeff Sprouse family. And the reserve was shown by Ava Greiner. And again, the award was sponsored by Ron and Louise Schmidt's family. We now have in the ring our speckled market lamb, Class 1. Speckled market lamb, Class 1. It takes many, many people to help put on a sheep show. So once again, I want to run down all the volunteers that we have around the ring, as well as back in the barns, helping the show run smoothly today. We have Dawn Andrig, Shauna Searin, Bridget Litweiler, Renee Searin, Madison Sheets, Haley Schultz, Kevin Schultz, Pam Davis, Marcus Davis, and Mindy Driscoll. And again, if I forgot anybody, I apologize.
I'm out here for your speckle face market lamb lightweight class, I think. I chose to use the young man out here. He brings us a real stout one. I think it's really wide at the ground. Plenty of foot size to that one. You get your hands on him. That one doesn't disappoint you at all. He's got a big old rack, big open rib cage to him. Your hand transitions into a big wide loin on that particular sheep, and big square hip and rear leg. So we like the terminal quality of that one. Would I like to maybe shallow his chest floor up a little bit and maybe smooth that front shoulder in a little bit? That's where I want to pick on that one slightly. But I think one that the terminal quality of him is good enough to go ahead and win this class. Young man in second has one that's more extended, probably a little more up-fronted, but not near as stout made at the ground. Needs to be bigger bone, needs to have a bigger hip and rear leg in that one to go ahead and compete with the winner. The one I think was fed really well. Maybe needs a little more rear flanking as well. Let's give them two individuals a big round of applause, please.
Winning the first class of the speckled market lamb was Zach Schmitz, followed by Jasper Larimer. We now have class 2 of the speckled market lamb.
think a real challenging class out here for the heavyweight speckle. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause, please. Chose to start the class with the one I think is just the most robust through the center part of his body. He's also the squarest out his dock, widest in the top part of his hip. You get your hands on him. He's a little overdone in terms of his condition. I wish he was leaner. That would have made it a lot easier of a decision for me today, I believe. But when you truly get handling this one, he does have rack. He's got a nice square top to him. He does have a big flat loin. Just needs to be a little trimmer so that that's more evident to me today. But I think in his overall general build, I think that one's just made better. So we go ahead and start the class with him. Love the front end design on the one that I used in second. Also a little trimmer, probably more appropriate in his finish. That particular sheep just needs to be rounder and more below the part in the center part of his rib cage for me today. It gets him just a little flat even at the top side, maybe a little wider in terms of his hip to be able to compete with our class winner. Young lady brings us a sound functional one here to round out the class. She's certainly worked hard out there. Something to really appreciate on that one when you get your hands on him. He's got a big flat wide loin in him too. Just need to get more muscle in terms of the rack and the rear leg. Let's give him a round of applause again, please.
Winning that class was Greta Siren. Second place, Caden Houston. So now we will have those two lambs as well as Zach Schmitz and Jasper Larimar, so we can choose a champion speckle market lamb. Those will be the 4 in the ring.
Okay, so then I just put in here based on like the places, right? Okay, that's what we're not sure. I just found this one also, I'm not really sure on this one. The formula, this is very simple. Okay. So I interpreted it. Okay. The original formula, if you put it back there, would be rare. No, first time it was like the score divided by the total, and it said, and then it was times 2. I honestly don't even know if we need this. This says we'll leave 50% of it on. I was like, maybe that's.
I think all we do though is just add this to whatever, like we just add
That
an
makes
across
sense to me. So why don't you just delete
this column, right? We've never done percentages before. We just added their score to the most.
Yeah.
and delete that and then make sure that your score now needs to change so that it has C
Okay.
and then drag it down.
First call for prospect market lamb.
Let's give these 4 individuals a round of applause, please. I think it's real challenging at the top of this speckled face division. For me, it comes down to the 2 class winners we have out here. I think there's a lot of similarities in them in terms of their basic build, their width through the center part of their body, how they maintain that same width all the way to the ground. And then there's some differences in terms of shallowness of the rib cage, yet depth of flank, squareness out the dock, and maybe handle. But I think there's one out here for me that just kind of puts things together and maybe just a little fresher package that I think is probably generally designed a little better in terms of his chest floor, in terms of that breastplate, maintaining adequate shape. And you get your hands on this particular one, and I mean the loin edge is fantastic, big old rack shape in it as well. With that being said, I will go out and shake the hand of your champion speckled face market lamb. Let's give him a round of applause. As we bring our second place lamb in, we sure like the trimness of that particular sheep, like the squareness it possesses down the top side, but I think just in terms of sheer width and mass, I think our class winner out of the heavyweight division just overpowers that one. So with that being said, I'll go shake the hand of your reserve. Let's give him another round of applause, please.
Our champion speckled market lamb was shown by Zach Smith. The banner is sponsored by the Sprouse Family Club Lambs. And our reserve was Greta Siren, and her banner is sponsored by the Ron and Louise Schmitz family.
Now you're in your crossbreds, 4 classes.
We now have our Suffolk lamb brought into the ring. It happens to be our one and only.
I know he did.
So you are looking at the champion Suffolk market lamb.
Mr. Barnes, this is the final call for Class 2 crossbred.
She will get the banner sponsored by Studio E Dance, Tumbling, and Baton.
Okay, out here for the Suffolk division, I think the young lady brings us one that's got a lot of positives to it. When you study it from a carcass aspect, this one's fed just spot on. I think she's got the right amount of condition on this particular sheep. You get your hands on it, it's got some rack shape, and it's got a nice flat loin with some depth to it. we get that one in motion, and it's ultrasound, good and flexible in its joints. Just a real practical kind of a sheep to go ahead and be champion Suffolk. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
Champion Suffolk Market Lamb was shown by Emma Alderton, and her banner was sponsored by Studio E Dance, Tumbling, and Baton. Entering the ring is now our first class of the crossbred market lambs. And in your program, for whatever reason, it looks like there's only one. Emma Greiners happens to be separated from everybody else's, but Emma Greiner will be in with everybody else in Class 1 of the crossbred market lambs. I want to announce again that we do have some senior 4-H'ers in the ring. Carmen Siren and Zach Schmitz. They're wearing the gray shirts that have been sponsored by Woodoff Farm Supplies. Also in the ring is our fair royalty that's been passing out ribbons. We have our Princess Maddie Pfeiffer, who is the daughter of Jay and Cindy Pfeiffer. She recently graduated from Highland High School and will be going to Iowa State in the fall to study ag business. We also have our Miss Congeniality, Allie Reese, who's the daughter of Mindy and Tyler Reese. She'll be a senior this coming year at Washington High School. Yes, thank you for giving them a round of applause. Once again, in a cooler on the north side of the show ring, there is cold water that has been donated by the Fletcher Flynn family. Please help yourselves with some cold water and stay hydrated. while our judge is deliberating, I do want to give a shout out to our Washington County Fair Association. There is 12 months of work that go into putting on a quality fair as we have. And so as you see any of those fair board members walking around the fairgrounds, please remember to stop and tell them thank you, because I think we take for granted what quality fair we have. And so please tell them thank you for all their hard work behind the scenes.
What a real competitive crossbred class out here. Let's give them a round of applause, please. This class to me goes about 5 head deep there, where you can kind of sort some things around and do some things different. For me, the logical place to start is the trimmest one for the lightest class of crossbreds we have. Also the most elevated at the point of the shoulder, probably the shallowest in his body cavity. Still robust through the center part of his body cavity, maintaining that width all the way to the ground. I think just a real logical place to start. Maybe not laid in that front shoulder blade quite as good as we have in the 2 sheep that are in second and third, but I think a really good sheep to go ahead and win this class. The young lady in second has one that we really appreciate the front end design of that sheep. The blade's really good in her. You get your hands on her, she's really good in terms of her handle. She's trimmed and fed right. She's got a really hard touch, really good flat loin edge in her, transitions smooth into her hip. Then she just needs more hip, more thickness, and just more rack to go ahead and compete with the one ahead of her, but a really good looking individual for second. Same goes for the one in third. Really like the look, really like how the shoulder blade lays into the neck, really like the spine and the fluidness of this one in motion. A lot of good things in this sheep. Just needs to be trimmer, maybe a notch shallower in her chest floor, and just more expressive in her muscle. The young lady that comes in fourth here has one that we really like the general build of that one as well. Real stout, real wide at the ground, big old hip in it. That one gets a little more open in that shoulder than I prefer. Gets a little flatter in that rib cage as well to go ahead and compete with the ones ahead. Next one coming out, kind of basic, same build as the one that was ahead of it. Probably gets a little plainer from the side profile in comparison to the one ahead of it. That's why it gets placed where it is. The one that comes out next is one that's shorter bodied, probably too compact for me today. A little flatter, harder doing in that rib cage as well. Like the squareness and width of hip in that one though. And the young lady here rounding out the class has one that just definitely needs more time on feed. I think the general design and soundness is there. Just needs 20 more pounds to be able to see what she can do Let's give them another round of applause, please.
Winning our first class of crossbred market lambs was Carmen Siren, followed by Emma Greiner. So if you go top down, 2, 4, 3, 6, 7, 1, 5. Coming into the ring now is our second class of crossbred market lambs. Following our showmanship today, we will have the 4-H Clover Kids Sheep Show. On the back of your program are the Clover Kids listed as well as their 4-H mentors. So please stick around for a little while afterwards and watch the Clover Kids show their sheep.
Let's give these 5 individuals a round of applause for a quality class of crossbreds. I think all 5 of these lambs here in this particular class are fed very, very well. So I commend the kids for doing a great job in terms of getting the right condition and handle on each one of these sheep that are in this class. From top to bottom, all of them have good rack shape, ample amount of muscle. And then we just have to make decisions on who has more or if they have enough look. I start the class with the one that has the most muscle in the class. He's the widest based, he's the stoutest. He's still really good in his chest floor. He's up fronted. Just a high quality individual that's flexible off of both ends, got good flex in that front knee. I just think he's pretty good. Will I make him maybe just a skosh longer bodied or something like that to pick on him? But that one's an awful nice place to start. The lamb that's in second has that advantage in terms of a nickel more extension, a little longer bodied, really laid in that front shoulder blade really well. Need to blow that one apart in the center part of its body and make it more athletic down its top. Really smooth sheep, really sound, really nice sheep for second. Young man brings us one that's kind of the same pattern as the one I have in second. Really laid in the front shoulder blade really well. That one we need to do the same thing. We need to make it a little shallower to compete with the one that's in second. And then we just need to blow the center body cavity apart on that one and give it some more shape to compete with our class winner. One of the more shapely ones in the class that kind of has the same amount of shape as the class winner comes to us in fourth, but in a package that's much shorter bodied, maybe not as smooth made, not as square and big out the upper side of its hip. Young man here that rounds out the class has one that is no slouch. Want to change the rear 1/4 of that sheep in terms of making it wider, but when you get your hands on it, it's fed really well. It's got an ample amount of rack shape, really smooth hip loin transition in that one. Let's give them all a round of applause, please.
For our second class of crossbred market lambs, our first place went to Ava Greiner. Our second place to Caitlin Waters. So going from the top down, 5, 2, 1, 3, 4. We are now in our third class of crossbred market lambs. currently in the ring is our third class of crossbred market lambs.
I think a real competitive crossbred class here again. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. I think our class winner out here puts a lot of good things together for me. He's really balanced from the side when you study him in terms of look. He's really sound and flexible off of both ends. And then you get your hands on him, and the terminal quality of this sheep is ultra good as well. Big square hip, big round, deep twist to him as well. Rib cage is round. You study that front end on that one, and his blades light in him really good as well. Carries the base width all the way honest and true to the ground. I think just a real practical place to start. In terms of top shape, we're not to be outdone by the one that comes in second here. I mean, that thing handles with a big, huge, wide rack, big upper rib cage in that sheep. That sheep just kind of comes to me in a couple different pieces. Need to get that front shoulder a little smoother in that one. Maybe drive that chest plate up in that one a little more. But we certainly appreciate the amount of muscle and this young lady's ability to correctly feed that one. That one's lean and hard muscled, and we certainly appreciate that. Real nice sheep for second. The young lady here in third has one that we like the general build of this sheep, and there is muscle in that one. He's just in a little bit of a plainer kind of a package. He's got a big square hip and a big square loin. Just needs to be, I kind of described to us at home when we want to, that sheep is not too fat, but that sheep's just a little plainer. We maybe running around out in the pasture, chasing around to try and chisel it up and make it a little more athletic so it can compete with the two ahead of him. Down here in fourth place, young lady brings this one that I think is properly fed for sure. We like the rack shape in that one as we follow our hand back. That one's got a big, hard, flat loin in it, and we certainly appreciate that. Need to change the hip design, both in the fourth and fifth place one out here in this particular class. But we certainly appreciate their carcass traits and how they were fed. So just as I was talking about this one here as well, this one, when we get it on the move, though, the reason why it ends up in fifth is because of the rear leg structure on that particular sheep. Don't quite travel as honest behind as the one ahead of it. And then we round the class out with one that I think is just a little flatter in its rib cage. As we get to that last rib and handle that loin in that sheep, it just needs to be bigger to compete with the ones ahead of him. I told that young man maybe 10 or 15 more pounds of feed, and that one would be a different animal. So let's give them all a round of applause again, please.
In our third class of crossbred market lambs, first place went to Garrett Greiner, followed by Maggie Renner. So in the program, going down, 3, 6, 1, 5, 4, 2. This is our final class of crossbred market lambs. After this class, then we will do a champion and reserve crossbred market lamb, and then we will determine our grand champion and reserve market lamb. So hang in there. It won't be too much longer before we get to the champion market lambs. Once again, I want to remind you that through the generous donation of KCTC, this lamb show is being shown live. So let your friends and family know that most of the shows this week will be shown live. The website is kctc.net/washcofair.
A very interesting class to sort here in the heavyweight crossbreds. Let's give them a round of applause for their patience for me on that one. I think I start the class here with the young lady in front of me, with the one that just, to me, is the smoothest. It blends the smoothest from front to rear. Still is massive in terms of its handle. Is it like really lean and really hard in its handle? No, but I think it's got plenty of muscle mass from front to rear. The loin transition smooth into that hip. The front shoulder and neck area and the rib cage all blends together really well. And that one has a big wide hip, and we get it in motion, and we like its soundness as well. I think a logical place to start. The lean one is in second place, the one that you get your hands on and you touch its rack and you're like, oh boy, I like this. You know, that one's got some shape there. Then we've got some issues we run into where the shoulder blade don't quite match the rib cage as well as we'd like. Maybe that loin don't expand and get smooth enough into that hip where they join, but that thing does have a big hip as well. We like the side profile of that sheep. We just want to change that front end and maybe make that loin a little smoother into that one as well, but a real nice sheep for second. Young man in third here has one that I like looking at from the side as well, kind of comparable to our class winner, but just needs more muscle shape, more creases, more stifle pop to it, but a really practical, good built one in terms of its front shoulder blade and smoothness. Just a nice lamb for third. Now you want to feed some people. The one that feeds the people is in fourth. That one's got a bunch of muscle. Big, huge rack in it, big loin, and a big hip. But that one, from the side profile, I need to change that one. I need to get that chest floor up in there. I need to smooth that front shoulder, maybe give it some more neck extension. You know, just fix some things structurally on that particular animal, but we certainly have to appreciate the terminal quality that it has. The young man brings us a lean one out here in fifth. We appreciate that about him. We need to shallow him up from the side, change how that shoulder blade's set in that one, but we do appreciate the handle quality that one has down his top. And the young lady here with the ewe lamb down here that rounds out the class, real smooth, practical kind of female, probably more suited to be in the commercial ewe division. She does have good thickness from front to rear. I told him this is a really tough county fair. I mean, you guys from top to bottom, when you get to the bottom of these classes, you still have functional animals that are fed well, and we certainly appreciate that. Let's give them all a round of applause, please.
All right, now you have
Class 4 winner was Javen Davis, followed by Charlotte Siren. So now we will determine the crossbred market lamb champion and reserve. So coming out of the first class, it would be Carmen Siren, followed by Emma Greiner. Class 2 would be Ava Greiner, followed by Caitlin Waters. Class 3, Garrett Greiner, followed by Maggie Renner. And our last class, Javen Davis, followed by Charlotte Siren. After this champion and reserve is determined, then we will bring back all of our market lamb winners to determine a grand champion and reserve market lamb.
really impressed with the quality out here in this championship drive. These class winners and second places, lots of similarities in these lambs from top to bottom. Hope from ringside it looks that way to you. The further off I get, the more impressed I get by them. So let's give these 8 exhibitors a big round of applause. I think I got one out here in this drive. I got a lot of them that look the same, but I got one out here that I think sticks out in terms of the trimness and the muscle shape and the athleticism that it has. In terms of the muscle shape, you put him in motion, he's super sound and flexible off of both ends. I think just a really, really good individual for this crossbred drive. With that being said, I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion crossbred. For me, it gets tougher out here to select reserve. I think our champion kind of put the 2 animals that I've been studying here for reserve together in terms of just the raw shape. He kind of has the raw shape that we see in our lightweight class winner there, but yet he has the mass and the build and the center body cavity and the rear leg of the one that we have that wins our second class. Gets pretty challenging out here for me to select your reserve. But I think I found one out here that I think in terms of the general build and the model of our champion, I think is the one that I'm going to go with. With that being said, let's give a big round of applause for your reserve champion crossbred.
Our champion crossbred market lamb was shown by Garrett Griner. The banner was sponsored by the Sprouse sisters, Reagan and Addison. Our reserve was shown by Ava Griner, and her banner is sponsored by Ron and Louise Schmidt's family. So now, bear with us for just a minute as we get organized for the Grand Champion Market and Reserve. We'll be bringing in all of our Champion and Reserve Market lambs. We'll be starting with our Dorset Market lamb, Champion Ella Griner, Reserve Austin Black.
Production.
I take that back. The first coming in is going to be the Champion Production, which is Ashton Thomas, Reserve Caitlin Waters. Then our Dorset Market Lamb, Ella Griner and Austin Black. Those are our production lambs, followed by our Dorsets, Ella Griner, Austin Black. Followed by our Hare Market Lambs, which would be Zach Schmitz and Javen Davis.
Based on production, because that's how he plays them, not part.
Several of our exhibitors have more than one lamb, so don't be confused by the person that's actually showing the lamb. Our Hamp Market Lamb champion was Carmen Siren, Reserve Ava Griner. Our Natural Market Lamb champion Austin Black, Reserve Ava Griner.
It's on.
Our champion Speckle Market Lamb, Zach Schmitz, was champion, Reserve Greta Siren. Our Suffolk Market Lamb champion was Emma Alderton. And our champion crossbred was Garrett Griner, Reserve Ava Griner. This is for the Grand Champion Market Lamb. Our judge will determine a champion and reserve, and then we'll place the next 8 lambs, so that we end up with a top 10. This is for ribbon money, prize money. So, champion reserve and 8 more will be named.
And you know that. Mint. She should know.
One last time, our judge for today is Aaron Meyer, who lives in the Marengo area. He raises Dorsets, black-faced club lambs, and also raises hogs. So let's give everybody, including our judge, another round of applause. This has been a long day, and you see a lot of hard work showing off right here in the ring.
gonna keep this moving along here. So I just handle your class winners that are all in contention, and as we bring one over, I will go ahead and consider it for the next spot. I got to pick top 10 here. That being said, I got one individual out here that I just think fits the mold. I think that slam can go out to several places and compete very strongly. I just think he's really solid and he's really good. I mean, he's picturesque yet massive, and so we're going to go ahead and pick your grand champion market lamb. Let's give all these exhibitors that are out here a big round of applause. We certainly appreciate their efforts. And I appreciate all you people for sticking around and watching, and thanks to everybody behind the scenes for making it run smooth and fast. I know when I was a kid, I was raised in Benton County, and we always used to say between Benton County and Washington County, them are the two toughest counties to show in the state of Iowa, is what we always thought. But we always knew Washington County was one of the ones that was certainly very difficult to compete in. And you certainly haven't let me down here today. It's been a privilege to be here sorting these livestock. And from top to bottom, what a really impressive set of lambs. So everybody should be proud. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll go select your champion, and we'll shake the hands all the way down to 10. Give him another round of applause, please.
Okay, that is your top 10 market lambs. Showing the grand champion was Garrett Greiner. His banner was sponsored by the Pat Greiner family. The grand champion individual market lamb blanket was also for Greiner show lambs. Our reserve was Ava Greiner. Her banner was sponsored by the Farmers Co-op, as well as the blanket was sponsored by Greiner show lambs. The rest of the spots are given award money. Cash awards for the top 10 market lambs come from the following donors: Farmers Co-op and Jeff Sprouse, KDK Sales, Greg and Heather Cook, Prairie Mutual Insurance, Don Lindhart, and Farm and Home Mutual Insurance, Nancy Wood. So, the top 10, champion, Garrett Greiner, reserve, Ava Greiner. Third place, Carmen Siren with her hamp. Fourth, Ella Greiner. Fifth, Ava Greiner with her hamp. Sixth was Austin Black with his Dorset. Seventh was Austin Black with his natural. Eighth was Ava Greiner with her natural. Ninth, Zach Schmidt with his speckled face. And 10th was Greta Siren with her speckled face. Now we will be going into our showmanship part of the day. We will start with our Top Gun showmen. They are considered Top Gun showmen if they have previously won a showmanship in their division. So if they won as a junior, they will stay into the Top Gun show until they become an intermediate. And then they would go back to the regular intermediate division. That's the same with the intermediates or seniors. So, in your program should be the Top Gun showman. No, where's the program? I need the Top Gun showman.
It's right here. I don't know if they're always there.
Our Top Gun showmen should be Carmen Siren, Caitlin Waters, Garrett Greiner, Ava Greiner, and Ella Greiner. There should be 5 in our Top Gun class. Carmen Siren, Caitlin Waters, Garrett Greiner, Ava Greiner, Ella Greiner. Looks like they're all accounted for.
Okay, let's give a big round of applause for your Top Gun showmen that are out here today. I'm to pick a champion in reserve out of each division, and then decide purples and blues, whatever. For me, everybody in this division is a purple. I would gladly have any of them in front of my kids showing, no doubt about it. For me today, I've been analyzing all these kids and watching them all day long, and then we're going to move them around a little bit, you know, in this particular class. But I just went ahead and placed them. I asked them a question to see how they answered the questions, what they want to change about their land, make it better, and so forth. You know, if somebody doesn't get a question right, I don't think, or whatever, I might flip-flop a placing, but everybody in this class did a really good job answering the questions, and they do a great job. My champion's going to be the young man in front of me here today. I think in terms of getting that sheep elevated as much as he can, getting them feet and legs, all four of them square, being very efficient. When he puts this one in the move, he really keeps that head and neck straight back like we like it. I think that's something the kids, as they come in for these next classes, pay attention to how this young man gets that lamb around the ring. I think my young lady in second does the same thing for me. In motion, those two showmen are really, really good. The third place showman as well, I think she does a great job on the move. That particular lamb there, I just think I could get a little more drive out of that sheep for her. If she could really hammer on that thing and maybe make him flex his muscles just a little bit more for me, I could maybe move her up in contention for first and second. Down here in fourth and fifth for me, really great showman, just head and neck posture. I think if we could get that rocked back just a little bit more on the move and on the brace, I think we could have them in contention as well. Let's give our Top Gun showman another round of applause, please.
Our Top Gun winner today was Garrett Greiner. His plaque was sponsored by Irwin Farms, and then prize money is also given by Phil and Pam Purdock. Coming into our ring now is our senior showman. Notice that some of them will also have on the gray shirts, so this will be officially the last time that any child with a gray shirt will be in the ring. Bittersweet moment, I'm sure. So in each showmanship division, there's actually 2 awards. There will be the placing that you see right now with just the general showmanship, and then we also have something called the Premier Sheep Exhibitor. And with the Premier Sheep Exhibitor, some of our students have chosen to take a test about sheep production, have an interview, and then do the live placing. For all of those, our Premier Sheep Exhibitors are given points. And so at the end here, we will announce the showmanship winner in this senior class, as well as the Premier Sheep Exhibitor from this class. Whoever wins this senior showmanship division will next year compete in the Top Gun division as long as they are not a graduating senior. The bookkeeping gets complicated.
my first and second are out there, and then I got all purples and one blue down on A. Yep.
Okay. Let's give these seniors a big round of applause for their efforts today as well. They can make it easier or harder to sort a sheep show when you got a bunch of good showmen like you guys have here at Washington County, because they were really doing a great job, and I really appreciate it. So I got my top 2 showmen out here in front of me, and we got a purple group and a blue one there that just needs a little more time with this project, and he recognizes he knows what he needs to change. Maybe need to let me see the front end of that sheep when I come around the front without being asked to do so. But otherwise, I think everybody does a great job of bracing them, and so I can get a good handle on them. And then we just want to critique that next set and stuff like that on the move. I think I got one out here that I just don't want to pick on very much at all in terms of how she's getting that thing showed. And the young man in second's doing a great job too. Just want to maybe critique how he's got the head posture on that particular lamb when he's got it in brace. If we can get that nose pointed downward, maybe just a little bit more, I think he'd make that one look a little more attractive. But I think these two are doing a great job. With that being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion and then your reserve senior showman. Let's give him another round of applause, please.
Our champion senior showman today is Greta Siren, but our premier sheep senior exhibitor is Anna Nafzinger. So Anna also gets a plaque. She did the interview, a test, and live placing. Congratulations, Anna. What a wonderful way to go out. Anna's plaque was sponsored by Sprouse Family Club Lambs. Back to the senior top showman. She had a plaque sponsored by Irwin Farms, and she'll also get prize money by Phil and Pam Purdock. So next year, Greta Siren will also go into the Top Gun competition. Coming into the ring now is our intermediate showman. The same deal. We will have an overall showmanship winner, and then we will also have a premier sheep intermediate winner.
100% boy on the inside.
Okay, let's give these intermediates a big round of applause. This is very challenging out here. They are all very efficient in terms of setting their feet and legs where they need to be. Maybe wanted to change a few things on a brace here and there. My top two are right here in front of me. I think there's one that just maybe gets their posture a little bit more to my liking. I had to ask them questions because I think it's really close between these two up here. And they both did a really bang-up job on the questions as well, so that really didn't help me. So I'm going to go back to the one that I think just gets a little more comfortable for me in terms of where they're putting the pressure on that sheep to get that brace, to get that real hard brace. Otherwise, on the move, they do a tremendous job. We worked through a few things with the ones that are in the purple and blue group down here. They're all working hard today. I'd give them another big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion and your reserve.
Our champion intermediate showman today is Charlotte Siren. Her plaque is sponsored by Phil and Pam Purdock, as well as a cash award. Now, our premier sheep exhibitor in the intermediate division is actually Ava Greiner. She's getting a plaque sponsored by Garmin Show Supply. Ava was not in here for this one because she was in the Top Gun, but she actually is our winner of the premier sheep exhibitor. So congratulations, Ava, and our intermediate showman, Charlotte. Now entering the ring will be our junior showman. At the end of this, all of the junior showmen exhibiting in the showmanship class will receive a halter from the family of longtime sheep producer Cleo McCoy. They will be handing those out as you exit the ring. We need to thank that family. That's a wonderful gift for our junior 4-H'ers. as soon as we determine our junior showmanship winners, we will have the Clover Kids Sheep Show. So Clover Kids and Sheep mentors, please kind of be standing in the background here. We'll try to keep this moving. One more time, I'd like to announce that thanks to Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn, there is free water over here in a cooler on the north side of the show ring. So help yourself to some water if there's any of that left.
This one?
Okay, let's give these juniors a big round of applause for their efforts today. I think they all do a really good job in terms of being efficient and getting their four legs set and everything. I kind of pulled that group of girls over there because I think I wanted to change the same thing on every single one of them. Maybe get our body position more like the young lady that's standing to my left. These two are my top two today. They do a really good job on the move, keeping that head and neck the way we like it. The separation point for me on these two girls is body position and just getting more brace out of that particular sheep. I think the young lady to the left just does a tremendous job, and she'll be your champion junior showman, and this will be your reserve. Let's give them another round of applause, please.
Our top junior showman today is Emma Greiner. Her plaque is sponsored by Animal Health International and money by Phil and Pam Purdock. But our premier sheep exhibitor is Eliana Hahn. She's getting a plaque sponsored by Lyle Insurance. So Eliana, hang tight. Eliana, hang tight. You get a plaque as well. That concludes the main sheep show for today. Now we are going to be doing a Clover Kid sheep show. How this works is the Clover Kids meet with their 4-H mentor several times through the summer, and then on Fair Day they come and they get to show their sheep. So the first one out of the ring here is a Clover Kid, Brooklyn Liska, and her 4-H mentor was Anna Nafzinger. Followed by Evan Greiner, and the 4-H mentor was Garrett Greiner. Lauren McWhirter, 4-H mentor was Ella Greiner. Then we have Kaylin Eldridge and Cameron Eldridge, and their 4-H mentor was Brody Neal. Our next Clover kid was Adrian Green, and her 4-H mentor was Maggie Renner. Then McKinley Davis, and her 4-H mentor was Caitlin Waters. Bristol Young, 4-H mentor was Adeline Houston. Clover Kid next was Callie Brink with Carmen Siren. Then we have Landon Lee with Zach Schmitz. And last but not least, Connor Lee with Caden Houston. So that is our Clover 4-H kids with their mentors. Give them a round of applause. They're in here.
Usually just do it on the way out. Their favorite thing about the project.
I do want to show in the ring, though, that we have all 5 of our senior sheep showmen in the ring. They all have the gray shirts on. Give them a round of applause. Hannah Knapsinger, Brody Neal, Maggie Renner, Zach Schmitz, and Carmen Siren. You can see how the senior 4-Hers do give back to the program and how important it is that they share their expertise with the upcoming Clover kids. So thank you to all of the mentors, but especially you senior 4-H members. we are taking a microphone out to the judge so that we also can hear what wonderful answers all of these children have. They've worked hard with their mentors, so I'm sure they have great knowledge to share.
Great, just what you guys wanted was hearing me some more, I'm sure. So I'll spend less time on the mic and I'll let them talk. So I'll start over again. This is what?
Brooklyn. George.
I asked them some questions like how often they went over to work with the lamb. So how often did you do that?
4 days.
What was your favorite thing about your project?
Walking it.
What is your name?
Evan.
Evan. Does your lamb have a name?
Hugh.
You? Okay. So you went over and visited Hugh how many times?
2 times.
Okay. Is showing a sheep something you want to do next year?
Maybe.
What if you went over there 4 times? Then would you think you want to show a sheep next year?
I don't know.
Because she went over 4 times and you went over 2. And she wants to do it next year and you're not sure. Maybe, even though county fair's over, I bet he'll still let you go over a couple more times and then you can decide, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good job, Evan. Okay, who's this?
Willy Wally.
Your name is Willie? Or is that...
The sheep's name is Willy.
Oh, Willy Wonka?
Willy Wally.
Oh, Willy Wally. Okay, what is your name?
I'm Lauren McWhorter.
How many times did you go over and visit this lamb?
2.
Do you want to show sheep next year?
Yes.
Very good. You figured it out in 2 tries. Maybe you had a better mentor. What do you think?
Yes.
You think you're a better mentor?
Yes.
I won't ask your brother. What's your favorite thing to do with Willie?
Walk him.
Okay. Did you help feed him at all?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you, Willie. Appreciate you coming. Okay. What's your name?
Kaylin Eldridge.
Kaylin? Did I say it right? Okay. What's your lamb's name?
Ross. Ross.
Okay. Her lamb's name is Ross. Where's your mentor? Oh, he's staying away from the microphone. He must be shy like me. What's your favorite thing to do with Ross?
Play with him.
Okay. How many times did you go over and visit him?
Every day, pretty much.
Every day. Very good. So you get to go in 4-H next year. Do you want to show sheep next year?
Yeah, and cows.
You're going to do both? Fantastic. Okay, great job. Thank you. Okay, what's your name?
Cameron.
Cameron. All right. What's your lamb's name, Cameron?
Silver.
Silver? Why is that?
I don't know.
Because of the color, maybe? Did you name it or did he?
My dad did.
Sorry about that. I guess I'm not sharing this microphone like I should. What's your favorite thing to do with Silver?
Walk him around.
Okay. How often did you go over and see Silver?
Every day.
Every day. Very good. Is this a friend of yours, a neighbor, or is it your brother, or who are we dealing with here? This busy guy that has mentoring 2 of you.
Family friend.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you very much for doing the project with 2 of them. Are you planning on showing next year?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll go over a few more times and then maybe you'll figure it out, all right? Thank you for coming. How are you doing? What's your name?
My name's Adrian Green.
Okay, Adrian. What's your lamb's name?
Danny.
Annie? Oh, Danny. Is it a boy or a girl?
Boy.
Boy, you think? You're right. Very good. What's your favorite thing to do with Danny?
Walk him.
Okay. How many times did you go over and visit him?
Twice.
Twice? Okay. Who's your mentor?
Maggie Renner.
Okay. Does she live far away or real close to you?
Kind of hard. Not really, though.
Kind of far. Are you going to show sheep next year?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. Very good. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for mentoring. And what is your name?
McKinley.
McKinley. What's your lamb's name?
Rico.
Frico. There's Rico. Oh, I thought it was Frico, so I wanted to get a good story out of that. Well, you got a good story about Rico anyway?
Not really.
How many times did you go over and see him?
3.
3? Okay. What's your mentor's name?
Caitlin. I forgot.
You apparently just went over and visited the sheep and did not spend any time with Caitlin. Because you forgot her name, right?
Oh, it's just a hard name.
Okay. Do you want to show sheep next year?
Yes.
Very good. So what's your favorite thing to do with him? Walk him? Is that what you said?
Nope. Everything.
Everything? Do you do chores? Feed him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you clean out any pens, like scoop the poop?
Not really.
That'll be your job next year then if you're going to show sheep, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming. All right. What's your name?
Bristol Young.
Oh, my. Okay. I didn't catch that.
Bristol Young.
Bristol Young. Okay. Bristol. That's a cool name. All right. What's your name?
Bertha.
Okay. Now we'll try it. What's your mentor's name?
Addie.
Addie. Okay. How many times did you go see Bertha?
2.
2? Okay. Very good. What's your favorite thing to do with Bertha?
Bracelet.
Bracelet. So you like showing it, just like you are right now. Very good. Did you do any chores with Bertha?
Cleaned out its water.
You did? That's a very important job to do as well. Very good. Do you want to show sheep next year?
No.
Definitely no.
Yeah.
What are you going to show next year?
Heifer and a bunch of pigs.
Okay, very good. You got it figured out. Well, thank you at least for enjoying going through the program and trying out the sheep. Maybe someday you'll change your mind.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. Who do we have here?
Callie Brink.
Allie. Did I get it right? Hatley. Okay, Hatley. What's your lamb's name?
Buddy.
Buddy. Okay. Is Buddy a boy or a girl?
Boy.
Okay. How many times did you go see Buddy?
3.
3. Okay. What was your favorite thing to do with Buddy?
Brace him.
You like to brace him, so you like to show him. Do you want to show sheep next year?
No.
No. Another no. Well, that's not looking very good for the sheep program. You may change your mind eventually?
Nope.
No? Okay, what are you going to show next year?
Goats.
Okay, very good. Do you have a funny story about Buddy?
No.
No? Okay. Well, thank you very much for doing the program. Appreciate it. Who do we have here?
Landon Lee.
Okay, Landon, what's your lamb's name?
Cassie. Cassie.
It is Cassie. Is Cassie a boy or a girl?
Girl.
Girl? Okay. What's your favorite thing to do with Cassie?
What we're doing right now.
Showing it? Standing there with it? Yeah? Very good. How many times did you go visit Cassie?
What? 3.
Okay, what's your mentor's name?
Zach Schmitz.
Jack? Okay, was Jack a good mentor, do you think?
Zach.
Okay, are you going to show sheep next year?
Probably.
How about you give me a big yes?
Yes.
Ah, boy, there we go. We got a yes finally. Okay. Who do we got down here on the end?
Connor.
Okay, Connor, what's your lamb's name?
Tippy. Yeah.
Tippy? Okay. What's your favorite thing to do with Tippy?
Line it up. Line it up.
Line it up, like show it? Okay, how many times did you go visit Tippy?
Twice.
Twice? Very good. Are you going to show sheep next year?
Yes.
Good deal. We got another yes. That's good. You must have had a good mentor. What's his name?
Caden.
Caden? Very good. Maybe Caden will help you with your project next year like he did this year. All right, let's give them all a big round of applause.
Thanks again to our judge, Aaron Meyer. Leading out of the ring now, one last time, Brooklyn Liska and Anna Nefsinger, Evan Greiner and Garrett Greiner, Lauren McWhirter and Ella Greiner, Kaylin Eldridge, Cameron Eldridge with Brody Neal, Adrian Green with Maggie Renner, McKinley Davis with Caitlin Waters, Bristol Young with Adeline Houston, Callie Brink with Carmen Siren, Landon Lee with Zach Schmitz, and Connor Lay with Caden Houston. That concludes our sheep show. Now, for anybody interested, the Mid-Prairie boys are currently playing in the state tournament. As of now, they are up 3-0 in the 4th inning. So, go Mid-Prairie Hawks!